Okay. And off we go. Letting everything warm up here. So today, I've got the Vintage Drawers mod. Basically, it's feature complete. I worked on it over the last few days and got everything working. The IO block works. I got the push and pull upgrades working, and I'll show that. I'll show them on off here in a second. Everything is essentially working. There's most likely some odd quality of life things that, I missed, or, little minor exploits or something, that I'm going to have to address, because people always find those for some reason. And, but essentially the mod is ready for testing, which is, I put it out yesterday in the members channel. So anybody who wants to test that and is a member or a patron, they can download it and test it and just kind of get it up and running. I ran into a base game situation with the API when trying to work, when trying to get the drawer IO or controller to work with shoots, base game shoots. Basically, if a drawer has less than a stack, it works fine. Okay, so let's say stone stacks to 400 and there's 200 in there, and you put, there's some in a chute that's trying to go in there, it works fine. Okay. However, once you have a single stack in a drawer, the drawer will no longer accept items from chutes. Because there is, if you go down the call tree, and I did this because I was trying to figure out why it wasn't working. It's a base call that's called by the block entity. So you follow this branching tree down to get at why it's not moving anymore. It's not moving anymore because the base game, in order to determine how many of something to move with a chute, it looks at the stack size of the item, not the slot. Okay? So it's not looking at the slot and saying, hey, what is your max stack size of the slot? It's looking at the item, which is a really base call, right? It's a collectible object dot get mergeable quantity. And that call, because it only looks at the stack size, always fails with my drawers. Goddamn cat. What are you doing? I hear non-stop sounds. She's just pounding a plug-in against my desk and just I just hear this. Anyway, of course she does it when I'm streaming. So basically, there's a base game call, get mergeable quantity, that only looks at stack sizes of items, ignoring the slot. Okay, even though I've got a bunch of infrastructure on the drawer to basically override that, none of it is called by the base game stuff. And then you get into problem number 2. Okay, problem number 2 is when these calls are being, the source of these calls is derived from the source slot, not the destination or the sink. Okay, so let's say I have an item slot, whether it's the mouse, the mouse has a slot, by the way, or a backpack slot, whatever it is. Okay, you have a slot that you're trying to put the stuff in that slot into another slot, right? These are all item slots. When the game calls that, it's calling it based on the source, and it's determining, is there room, right, based on the source, not the destination. And so it's like the script is flipped for some reason from where it would be logically. Like if I have a pocket full of seeds and I want to put them in a container, it's the container that should determine whether or not it can contain them, not the packet of seeds or the pocket of seeds. Like it's a weird, like, pocket of seeds, so that's the source dot can contain blah blah blah, right? And it's in my brain when I'm coding this, I'm just like, this doesn't really make sense logically why the source is the thing that's called. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, because all the way down that tree, you've got the get mergeable quantity on the item or collectible object that determines whether or not or how much of something can be merged into a stack. And because the drawers have a stack, a single slot with gross amounts in it, right, way over a single stack's worth inside the slot, that check is always going to fail, because the slot holds more than a stack of items. Therefore, that call will always return 0. Because if I have, let's say I have a drawer that can hold 25,000 and there's 10,000 in there. Well, the stack size of the item might be 64, right? So the check is looking at 64, and it's like, you have 10,000 in there and then stacked to 64. Yeah, there's zero room. I can put 0 in there. Well, it's like, no, I can actually put 15,000 more in there. That's the problem. Essentially, that's the problem. Is instead of having that call based on the slot should dictate how much more of something I can hold, right? That should be the master. The stack is irrelevant. The slot and the code around the slot is something that I could override and change on a custom slot, but they don't allow that. The determining factor of mergeable quantity is based on the item, not the slot, and that's the fundamental breakdown. So we're today going to look at how my pipes work with the drawers, and do I have to do anything with my pipes in Vintage Engineering to get it to work with the drawers and the drawer controllers of the Vintage Drawers mod. So that's what we're going to try to work on today, to see if my pipes are able to work around this problem, and what changes, if any, do I need to make. Because these two code bases, right, these two code bases have nothing to do with one another, right? One is not a dependency of the other. Vintage Drawers is a mod on its own, right? It doesn't require anything else. And so we have a situation where I want one mod to work with another mod, but not have any dependencies between them, because that I just don't want that. And the person who commissioned the drawers mod wanted it as an independent mod, not a feature of Vintage Engineering. So So it kind of stands on its own. There's a potential for a second commission of a crafting interface that uses power, that uses drawers, that would rely on both of those mods. But that's a future me potential problem, because who knows? Like, that would be a lot of work, by the way. That would be a lot of work. Okay, so in addition to the issues, or in addition to testing with the Vintage Drawers mod, I also have a kind of a backlog of bugs that I need to look at testing for and potentially investigating a fix for Vintage Engineering. I haven't touched this mod all month, and we're almost at the end of the month, but I haven't really done anything with Vintage Engineering all month because I've been focused on the commission job. So now that the commission job is feature complete, with probably just some weird edge case bugs or edge case behavior, there can be issues with like shift clicking stuff. There can be issues like that because a lot of the inventory stuff is like hidden behind the scenes. You don't really see how this works because it's all done via packets and stuff. So it's like it's a little janky. So I might today have to be loading my Vintage Drawers mod back up, and I might have to be bouncing back and forth. The reason why I have the Vintage Drawers mod zip in the mods directory and now I'm in Vintage Engineering is I need one or the other in Visual Studio so I can actually like work with the code. And so we're going to take a peek here at the transport section, and we're going to look at the item transport because obviously drawers don't hold fluids. I shudder to think a drawer that holds a fluid. So we're going to look at handlers, item transport handler. Okay. So this, we need to look at, first of all, get pull slot. Get block entity is block entity. Okay, that's false. So it would be, because my drawers are not this type of block entity, generic type container. They are not. They are down here. So it would be passing inventory the node. Which inventory is it passing? It's passing iBlock entity container. Okay, it's passing the inventory of what we are connected to. Okay. So that would be basically a drawer. Or a controller or IO block. The IO block is basically it's basically just a controller that just defers all of its stuff to a controller. You can't have an IO without a controller, right? You have to have a controller, and then the IO blocks will connect to that. Is generic false? Okay, so get auto pull from slot. So that call I know my drawers have, and that call will always return the bulk slot of the drawers. Except with an IO block. An IO block will get an IO block will get just the first, or I should say IO and controller, will get the first slot that isn't that the first contents of the first drawer it finds with stuff in it. So you could theoretically drain an entire drawer system by hooking an extraction pipe up to it, and it would just drain. It would just go down the list and just drain those, because the auto pull from slot is like, hey, which one of these drawers is not empty, and that's what it looks at. So if we don't have filters, so the problem, tree attribute, if allowed, wildcard match. So this is going through for each, and then for each inventory. So this is a problem. Because inventory, right? The inventory it's passing is I was on the fence when I was doing the drawer mod for like the controller. When I grabbed the inventory of the controller, I was very tempted to do a certain thing. And it became largely unmanageable, which is why I opted out. But I might have to. And that's basically creating a custom inventory. Let's see how I did it here. We're going to go and let's see. Programming. Vintage drawers. So we have our drawer controller block entity. So I'm going to use VS Code for this for reasons. I know I have a zoom view. Don't zoom in. Control plus equals. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, so we have the drawer entity, and then we have the inventory, and we have inventory-based inventory, and this just grabs the inventory. The drawer controller doesn't actually have an inventory, right? It's a inventory generic, and it's like I don't use it at all. I override the get pull from slot stuff, right? And that's the important stuff. Is get the controller you cannot pull from, you can only push, and then this is the magic right here that iterates through all the drawers and gives you and allows you to put stuff in the drawers by priority, right? Priority 1, where the drawers are already contained, a locked, if a door is locked. I had to fix a bug in here to make sure a drawer was not locked, because it was, stuff was going in that shouldn't have been. So it was a thing. So yeah, these are all good to go. I want to say it's not in Discover Network. Try insert player inventory. Try insert stack. Try insert stack. Yeah, here it is. I just realized, I fixed it right here. I fixed it here. But not up here. And the fact that I've got this doubled is bothers me. Toggle door key, we can minimize you. Item slot stack. Okay, yeah. So this is a bug. I need to add that. Either add it here or just call this function. But I don't want to discover network every time something is pushed, right? If it's pushed into, because that would mean if you have like a pipe pushing that in, it's going to call that discover network constantly, and that would not be good. Even though, yeah, discover network, there is a timer on it, so it doesn't call it infinitely. I don't want to call it every 8 seconds or whatever it is. So this call here, this would be where I would need to do something fancy. Because this function, right, this field that I'm returning inventory on, instead of returning the dummy, it's literally a dummy inventory. It doesn't do anything, right? It doesn't actually do anything. But when this is called, what I need, if I want these to work with the pipes, especially for a filtered pipe, let's say you put a filter where you want to extract only oak logs, and you put oak logs in the filter as a whitelist, and you're like, this is what I want to extract. This, when this is called, it's like, hey, I have a filter, and now it's going to do a for over the inventory. But the problem is the inventory, it's not right. Okay, it's returning an inventory, but when I call get auto pull from slot, what it actually does, is it does this. So the controller itself wouldn't do it, but the IO block, if I pop open that, IO block entity. This is discover controller. Yeah, I basically pass all of this to the drawer controller. So I have a bug with the drawer controller. The pull from slot doesn't do diddly. And yeah, I would have to I know what I did. I have an inventory. I have a special inventory for the IO block. And this is where I did all the things. Because this gives me the slot for each, right? So this here, I could... Where's my code here? Inventory of X. Which then would call, because if we're doing this on the controller or the IO, if we're doing this on the IO inventory, because we pass in drawer, the drawer's inventory, right? Drawer IO inventory, and it's passing in the inventory, which is our custom IO. And so this actually would work. Because this iteration, I'm iterating not through the inventory of the drawer IO, which is just another dummy inventory, but I'm actually iterating through the the connected drawers. Okay, but the problem then becomes, what do I have for inventory.count? Okay, so if we look at .count, we are passing the number of connected drawers to the count rather than, the one slot of the dummy inventory. Okay, so that's good. And I know that chutes with the drawer IO do work. I did test that, but again, you can only do one stack. It's just the base game chutes will only allow you to push a single stack of stuff into a drawer. It's just how it is. Okay, so this here is working. I think this works as expected because we're iterating through the number of drawers automatically. We're grabbing inventory of X, which would grab the inventory of the drawer. Cat, what? Why are you in the lap again? You can't just lay down and sleep the day away like you usually do. Okay, so that actually works as far as filters go, because that's going to iterate through all of the drawers. Hey Realm, how's it going? So all the drawers are good to go there. Now, if we're pushing into a drawer, so our pull slot is a chest or whatever, doesn't matter. The pull slot looks like it works. So push slot, Cat, will you lay down instead of doing donuts in my lap? I know you're just going to jump down again. We've done this so many times. You never go to sleep in my lap anymore. The pad of the chair, the seat of the chair is not big enough. She doesn't. Even though I've sit on a pad that's bigger, just so she can, lay down. She doesn't sleep like she used to on my old chair. That old chair I had, man, the seat on it was so big she could curl up and fall asleep. She would sleep for hours. I only wish I could fall asleep as fast as she does. I only wish. Okay, so we have get push slot. So now we have get push slot. So let's do a check here. Con array. These are all insert nodes, so let's just assume, right? Let's just assume that one of the insert nodes is a drawer. Target multi-block, that's no contain. Yes, this would be not null. So inventory, get auto push into slot. Okay. And this one, I actually pass what we're pulling, right? What are we actually trying to push into? So we have a little bit of extra detail here. Okay, so push equals okay. So, and all the nodes, right? All the distribution nodes, farthest. This is nearest, farthest, round robin, and random. Okay, so this is random. It's pseudo random. Random right here. I pull a world random so it actually doesn't desync people. Now we have get auto push into slot. Okay, so what do we do? Right, drawer IO or drawer controller. Get push into slot. So we pass the slot, or we pass like, hey, what are we getting? And this is the thing that checks the push into. Now, this is where the bug is. So we are going to run into a bug. Okay. I'm gonna have to fix that bug. Can I have two Visual Studios going at once? Vintage drawers. I can. Excellent. Okay, so I need to go to drawer controller block entity first. Okay, and so this one is close that. Try insert, yes, right in here. I need to, up here, we included it, right? We say, hey, if it's locked and it's locked to stack, down here, I want to make sure that it's, we exclude it. If it's not locked and locked to stack equals no. So that means it's not already locked. So up here, we do the same thing. If drawer, blah, 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 and right here. Because what was happening was, even though the drawer was locked to the type, it was still allowing stuff to get, or, other stuff. It was still allowing other stuff to get put into that drawer because it wasn't checking, make sure it was locked. The priority one, we're already looking at. This one we had to add this because the words and things. The pipes would have overrode that. So the drawer controller. So now we look at drawer inventory drawer IO. Okay, so item slot, get auto pull from slot, get auto push into slot. That's actually getting the drawer controller get auto push in slot. So it's basically a pass through. It's saying, hey, for one, you have to have a controller. When you have an IO block, you have to have a controller. If it can't find a controller, it will tell you that in the HUD. It will say controller not found, right? When you place it, it'll say that for a couple seconds until it actually updates. So, kind of expect that when you first place it, it's going to have that for a couple seconds because it has to find the controller. Anyway, so get auto pull from slot. This is a thing that controller doesn't do, right? You can't pull from a controller, at least not yet. I don't know why I excluded that, but it is what it is. So let's rebuild. Okay. And now I need to rezip that. And it is 729. Okay, good. And then vintage drawers, we want to zip -0.5.0. And let's open another window. Replace. Good. Okay. So we have a good test. Now I can go back to Vintage Engineering and we can look at this. So auto push into slot is going to come in here, and this is now updated. So drawer IO get auto push into slot is going to refer back to the drawer controller. So the drawer controller get auto push into slot is going to do the normal things. And this should work. This should work with pipes without really much else changed. Okay. So let's just boot it up. And we can show off the vintage drawers mod. And, you know, it's gonna have, there's gonna be some weird edge case, like the whole, like when you shift click or control click something, that behavior is like, it's weird to capture that behavior before it happens, right? To capture it before it happens. I think I'm going to be able to, because there's a call called activate slot that actually gets called, but I this is the first time I've ever really had to dive into that in any detail, so I'm just kind of just biding my time here, trying to pass time while the damn game loads. I did update to 22.5. I think it was a couple security updates, but yeah. So here's my test world. Fun times. Fun times. Core found 123.7.7. Yep. And then 123 is good. And 1483 is also good. Yep. So it did find the core. Somebody's been telling me that this thing has some shenanigans. So I'm gonna need to test that. I think they posted some screenshots that I could test. Okay, so drawers. What do we do with drawers? Okay, all of the things. Okay, these are the fluid generators, etc., etc. It's all good. I'm very proud. I'm very, very proud of how well these turned out. These things are effing awesome. They're just. I'm sorry, but they're just so effing cool that. Yeah, they're just awesome, and they're really good. Like, they generate power based on what fluid you put in. Oh, they're just overall awesome. I mean, I'm just gonna toot my own horn for a second. Like, the fact that any of this shit works is a minor miracle. And it's just fundamentally awesome, in my opinion. We have the pump jack down here. It's full, so it's like all of the fluid. So I can take this, put this over here. Let's take this one and put this here. There we go. And now this thing can be run again. It's not powered, but you know, I wanted to drain it. Okay, so drawers. We now have drawers in this world. So let me find a spot to actually test. I really need to do a trash can. My God, do I need to do a trash can? Good Lord. Okay, so let's like clear out some space here. This is where my world eater really shines, I think. Okay, so drawers are when I had the idea for this mod or doing this mod and suggested that it would be a good commission, basically, I wanted to get as close to the mod that everybody knows and loves. Okay. And so drawer, we have drawer.io. Okay. Oh, I don't have a recipe for that yet. Okay. Let me make a note. Where's my notepad? I keep moving shit. Okay. Let's see. Recipe for IO. Okay. So that, that's kind of important, and I want to make sure people can make those. So we have drawer trim. That does what you expect. It's a nice fancy wood block. It's a fancy wood block. It's essentially the debarked texture, right? The texture you get, like this kapok here, is just a debarked log, and it's all the sides, and so you don't have the. If you debark a normal log, you get like the weird rings on the top and the bottom. So if you don't want those, these would make a good deco block. But they are just deco. I mean, it is what it is. So you can see here we got drawer keys. We have all the drawers, again, all the different woods. We have keys, lock, label, and values. Okay. We have, and the upgrades, we have all of the upgrades. We have drawer pull, drawer push, and a void. Okay. And then we have many, many, many options for stack upgrades. So let me just run through. Let me just run through them here. So what is this? This is redwood, my favorite. Give block. And I'm going to just give myself blocks. I'm not going to craft these because it would take me forever to actually get these crafted. So, vintage drawers, one drawer, comma, or dash, redwood, dash, center, dash, north. And I want 10 of those. And then I want a drawer controller. So we say, clear all of that. Drawer controller north. Okay, you can see the recipe for that. And then let's do drawer key lock. What is it? Drawer key. What did I do? Oh, it's not a block. Give item. Key lock. Label. Value. Okay. So, drawers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you. So you can see it only sees 9 blocks right now. Okay, so this thing will scan at best every 8 seconds, but only when you interact with it. Okay, so I can take Peridot Rock, right, and I can put Peridot Rock in there. Bingo, bango, Peridot Rock. Is in there, and I can take low fertility soil. Okay, and then I can double right click this, and it's like, ooh, there's some more. Right, I had quite a lot in me. I still have a bunch, so I need more. So if let's say I'm going to lock this, or I'm going to lock them all, right? So I'm going to lock this and lock this. And you can do the label, and you can do the value. And you can do all of them. Okay, so I'm just going to show this off really quick, right? So you can turn them on and off, and the label to, so you can turn them all off and be like, oh, this is, ooh, it's a mystery. And then the lock obviously works as well. So we need more storage in here. So there are 8 upgrade slots for these drawers, and you shift right click to bring up the UI, or you can just right click it with an upgrade and it will try to put that upgrade if it fits. So let's do drawer upgrade dash push pull void and then let's do, like, each one of these is a different, like this one's 8x, diamond is your 2048x. Okay, many. Remember, you can have 8 of these in a drawer, right? 2048x capacity multiplier, and you can have 8 of them, which is, you add up that and then you multiply, right? So you take 2048 and you add it up 8 times, whatever that value is, you multiply by the base, which is 32. So it's 32 times 2048 times 8 is basically how many stacks you can hold with all diamond, but they are really goddamn expensive. Good luck finding 8 diamonds, right? They're out there. If you find 8 diamonds in the world, that's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn good. I may introduce a vintage engineering machine, like maybe high-end MV or maybe even HV tier, that would allow you to manufacture gems like diamonds, right? You add in like a stack of coke and you let it sit like for like a week, and it heats it and compresses it for like several in-game days, and then out pops a couple diamonds or something. I don't know. If people want that would be something I can do. I'm doing okay today, Realm. I'm doing okay today. I'm glad to hear you're doing good too. Okay, so let's give myself a drawer upgrade diamond, gold, not 34. Oops. And I don't know, copper. Okay. So I will cover the upgrades here in a second. These upgrades, by the way, push and pull, ignore drawers. So when they seek to push, they will ignore other drawers. If they're looking to pull, they will ignore other drawers. Okay, so any drawer they will ignore. They will only push and pull into things that are not drawers or drawer related. Just so you know. Okay, so I want to grab where might they be? We have the gold upgrades. I've already shown off the keys. And I do believe the keys are rack. I think they're rackable. Give, block, tool, rack, north. Let me check. Yeah, the keys are rackable. And the different keys have the teeth are different. They are different models. They are different models, by the way. That's label. This one's lock. Because you can see right here, right? You can see label, values, lock. That's nice. Okay, so right now you can see 2048 by 2048. Well, if I add a gold upgrade, which is a 512x multiplier, it's going to take those 32 stacks and multiply it by 512, right? Immediately, I now can handle 1 million low fertility soil. So if I double right click this, boom, there's all of that. Okay. So anything else I want to like pop here? How about some dry grass? Let's get rid of some dry grass. Okay. So if I double right click this, it is going to try to put stuff in all of these, right? Because it sees all of these, right, as empty. So it's like I need to go in and say, okay, you can get rot, you can get whatever those are, you can get sandstone, you can get peridot, you can get some heather. I've already got dry grass, lead sheet, and maybe some of that. Okay, so now we have all of these. Now, if I double right click, right, take a look at where my dry grass is. Okay, if I double right click this will pop. It'll pop dry grass, and it'll actually iterate through and try to get all of that stuff ready to go. So there it is. It filled everything that it could fit, right? Everything that could fit was shoved into these. Okay, and now if I had a ton of dirt, I could just keep adding these, right? And then I could add a void upgrade. Right? A void upgrade will basically allow this thing to always accept whatever it is that is there. It's locked right now, but I could unlock it and the void upgrade would still take. Okay, so it will always accept low fertility soil. It just won't do anything with it, right? Until it's full, and right now it holds 7 million. So let's just say it's going to hold a lot. And with all of the different drawer woods, you can mix and match. It doesn't really matter. There doesn't have to be a cohesive amount, but you can mix and match the drawers with whatever it is you're storing in them, right? If you want the items to stick out a little bit more, then you can go hunt down other woods. Because like an example would be trying to store, say, limestone in the bald cypress, right? Trying to store limestone in the bald cypress is like it would be hard to see, right? The icon, because it'd be white on white, right? So it'd be hard to make out. But to show you what the amount is that you could store, where's my diamond? There they are. Okay, so to show like how much we can store, so this is 2048, right? So 2048, which is a stack of 64. So if we add all of these, you can see 33 million items with all diamond upgrades. Okay. Now, if that's not enough, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, just with one of these, right? This is the power of these things. With one of these, we're up to 4 million. That's a lot of grass. Now, one of my mods at least, I make stone stack to 400. So you can see the amount that this thing stores defaults to 32 stacks, but that's kind of like defaulting 32 stacks with a stack size of 64, right? Well, a stone, this stuff stacks to 400. I have a mod that adjusts that stack. So as soon as a drawer gets an item, it recalculates based on that stack size, based on the upgrades that it has, right? So if we do this and we take that out, this is now the base, assuming 64, and then that updates and says, okay, Well, if you have a stack size of 400, right, I now can hold 209 million stone. Which is a lot. It's a lot. That's a lot of stone. 209 million stone. We don't really need that. I mean, yeah, let's put that in there. So now we've got a void upgrade. Now it'll work. Okay, so the drawer IO. Let's get to actually testing here. Git block. Oh, let's do vintage drawers. That's item. There's drawer IO north. Okay. So the drawer IO, right? You can see connected drawers 10. It actually went over here and it found, when you see that, you know that it found the controller. If you see an error, it hasn't found the controller, or it hasn't found the controller yet. It can take a couple heartbeats for it to actually find it, right? So, anyway, this right here and this is basically like a pass through to this, only with a little extra functionality when it comes to inventory management, because it's this you can extract from, but this you can. So let's show. Let's show the push and pull really quick. So there is a drawer. I just want to just show this, and somewhere in here, do I not? There is one. Okay, so we have a chest. Let me grab some dirt. So dirt in the chest. Okay, now that could be anything. And if let's push these away. Let's grab the push and pull. Okay. So only one of these can be in a drawer at a time. If one is in, the other one cannot be in. Otherwise, it would create an infinite loop, right? You'd be pushing and pulling, and it would just be an infinite loop, and that would be bad. So we're going to do a pull upgrade, and boom, it pulled this into itself, right? Now we can't put a push in there, right? We right click this, nothing works, right? We grab that out, and now we put a push in there, it pops it back into here. Okay, that's what that does. Very, very simple. And now what we want to try, this is the test that I wanted to try. What happens with a machine? Okay, so this is wanting to make sheets. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter all that much. Let's move this actually over. Well, should we do a log splitter to start? And let's grab a pipe here. Extract. And no, that's MV. LV wire, please. Yeah, you're definitely draining. Yep. Okay. Now you okay, and then we can put the sheet mold in there. Now the test, I'll finally get rid of that, please. Plant debris. That's nice. Where's my cheese? So the big test then, let's minimize the shenanigans. Putting this here. Okay. And putting in a pull upgrade. Okay. So now we have a pull upgrade in here. Now when the sheets are created, the thing with the drawers is they can't hold they can't hold stuff that's hot. Okay. So I'm just going to grab some iron here. And we're going to put in just like 2. I can't remember if when the thing is create if it's hot or not. It is. Okay. So we would need sort of like an auto quenching thing, right? In order for that to actually have a way of getting out, because this is really, really hot. Okay. And that's why this is failing. Is this thing is really, really hot. It's not going to come out of there. So that's why this drawer pull upgrade is not working, because it doesn't like hot things. And I don't really have any way of quenching that. Okay. So rather than test on, I couldn't remember if I made the output hot or not, right? I couldn't remember if I did that. So let's try a simpler machine that doesn't heat anything up, or at least doesn't require anything heated up. And that is the log splitter. Okay, so we have this going to here. Oh, I need 3 wires. Do I not have any more wire? That's MV. I don't. That's MV. Dang it. Okay. Give block catenary airy LV power. There we go. There we go. Now, yeah, okay, none of these are connected, but we do have a problem. Well, no, they're 30%, 30%. They are balancing themselves out. Believe it or not, looking at this situation, right? If you look at this and you're like, why aren't these filling up? Well, when you have just batteries on a network, they all balance each other out, right? They all try to be balanced. So the fact that these are like in the 30% range and this is in the 30% range, because there's, plus or minus a couple percent, these are all balanced, right? They all try to maintain balance. As you draw them down, they will counter that. They will counterbalance. Okay, so this log splitter, with this, we should, if I slap in a bunch of wood, do I have any wood? I don't think I have any wood. Let's take a quick nap. I haven't slept in this world in quite some time. Okay. Let me go choppity chop a tree here. Do you have any resin? Oh, you do. Any more resin? No. Okay. Now, this thing will create some stuff for me. Let's put that in there. Firewood. And I believe it'll create sticks as well. Okay, but it won't pull the sticks out. It should see the firewood first. Yes. Right, so the sticks are going to sit in there. Okay. So what do we do about that? Let me take that out. Take the sticks out. We're gonna let's take this and we're gonna go with that. And we're gonna take that out. And this. Now we're gonna grab this thing. And we're gonna have to use another controller. So we have, let's say, a couple drawers, right? We have a drawer. We're going to need another controller. Okay. Because remember, the drawer I/O requires the drawer controller. Okay. You can't just slap a drawer I/O on something because it won't see the controller. So we're going to put the controller there. We're going to put the I/O block here, which sees this drawer. Right? We're going to put the firewood there. We don't need the pole upgrade anymore. But we are going to drop in a pipe. And this is what I really wanted to test. And somewhere in here... There they are my pipes. Okay. So it's not seeing the I/O as a thing it can connect to. Okay, there's problem number one. Okay. It's not seeing that. That's a problem. I'm gonna have to look at that code. So that's good that we tested that. But it can see the controller. So let's at least test. Because remember, you can insert, right? You can insert into a controller. Like that. So I'll do that. Okay. So now we have firewood here. And then this should be sticks. But let's test it. Did I set that up to extract? Okay, so now let's drop in the wood. And it's doing it slowly. There it is. The sticks are coming in here. So then we can say, all right, well, we want many firewood and we want many sticks. So this can just keep going. Now I can put a drawer upgrade in here, or a pipe upgrade if I had one. I don't know if I have any. I need to use the bathroom really bad. So I'm going to be right back. Okay. Good Lord. So as you can see, we have a problem, which is what I anticipated. The moment this hits a stack, this is not able to move. And I keep hitting my goddamn bed right here. Of course, I made a hole when I did that because reasons. So this is now not seeing what we need to see here. So if we do this and we come in here, item transport, get push slot, if we do a thing here, go back to game, now we are coming in here and we're saying, all right, the push connections, which is 1, pull from firewood. Okay, so we just happen to be on the exact thing. Okay, so I'm likely doing the same call. So is chunk loaded, subnet, we don't care about. Target is block position. Target block is the drawer controller west. Container, inventory, push. Okay, so this inventory, get auto push into slot, and we're trying to grab firewood. So if we F11, or no, it didn't actually go into. Okay, so there's the push. It actually gave us the firewood thing. So we return push, item slot push. Okay, push equals null. That's not. So try put into. So pull. This is a base game call. This is a base game call. This is what is blocking us right here. Because this try put into is being called on this is getting back to the very beginning of this stream. This was what I was talking about when I talked about how the base game is limiting us, because the way that it calculates this is it's saying, hey, I want to have a slot and I want to push into this slot. Okay? And the way that it does that is it calculates based on the item stack. Right? It's like, hey, this item stack that I'm holding, I want to push it into there. Let's compare the stack sizes. But the slot that I'm trying to push it into, right? The slot I'm trying to push it into holds way more than a stack. Way, way, way more than a stack. So I'm actually able to push it into, but the game blocks it because the item stack size overrides it, rather than the item slot's max stack size. Because for some reason, they include a max stack size variable on the item slot, but they never use it. It literally defaults to 999,999. It defaults to some huge number, and then they never use it. Rather than have the actual slot be able to manage that and say, hey, this slot can actually hold, whatever. And it's like, So this call right here is what's screwing us. Is there a way what I'm likely going to have to do is write a custom function to do this within my pipe network. Right? Because I'm just, the number on A goes up, number on B goes down. Like, that's really simple. But because this is looking at the stack and not the max slot stack size, right? It's ignoring this variable completely. So if I do like push dot max slot stack size, you can see that stack size. But if I say push dot item stack dot collectible dot max stack size, you can see it's 64, right? That's the variable that it's looking at. It's not looking at this one, it's looking at this one. And it's saying, nope, we cannot put any more in there because the max stack size is hit of the collectible, not the slot. Whereas I want to use the slot, because if we look at pull dot max stack size, you can see it's the default 9999999. Okay. So that is the default value that literally every slot in the game has, right? And it's never touched and it's never altered except now by me with my custom slot. So my custom slot actually uses that and says that is what's going to dictate the amount of stuff that's in the slot, not the stack size. So I need to basically write a function that looks to swap or looks to push one thing into another, and then maybe like looks to see if max slot stack size is this value, but that's not really reliable. But I mean, it is. There are certain things in the game that is actually set to 1, right? So a good example would be the pulverizer. The pulverizer allows only one thing in those 2 item slots at a time, right? You have a left and a right side. Well, the stack size of those is just 1, right? And that's the game basically saying, hey, actually, I'm going to use this value. So if it's all 9s or 1, that means it's basically like we can look. Well, if it's all 9s, we might be able to just say, okay, if it's all 9s, then use the base call. But if it's not all 9s or 1, then look at max stack size. Okay, so I think we can F5, and we're going to save and leave. I want to gracefully exit because I did a bunch of stuff and I don't want to crash. Okay, so it actually worked, but I'm gonna need to write a custom. I'm gonna need to write a custom thing. So below and behold, This is at the same spot, right? Remember, I was looking at this and I was investigating this, and this right here, this is where it is, right here. This line is what's screwing us over. Right? This line right here. Because this thing is saying, hey, let's try to merge the stacks based on the collectible, not the slot. Even though get remaining slot space, I overrode that. My custom slot, we should be able to return, no problem, right? It doesn't look at that, though. Okay? It doesn't look at that. It just says the requested quantity. The remaining slot space, right? This should be what controls it, not try merge stacks, which come in here and says get mergeable quantity based on the item stacks, not the slots. This right here is the call that's returning 0, right? Movable quantity is 0 because my sync slot has way more or equal to a stack. The source slot is going, well, there's not enough room, right? And so I have to come in here then and say if pull dot max slot stack size equals push or push dot max slot stack size equals 1, then do this. Okay. So this is base game push slot, not a drawer. Okay. Now we want public int public int try put into bulk push let's see. We want item slot pull item slot push ref item slot or item stack move operation okay. So what I need to do is basically, I'm going to put this on a different monitor. What I need to do is essentially run this item stack move operation. Try put into. Okay, I need to actually find try put into. Okay, let me do try put into item slot try put into. Okay, so item slot pull. I'm gonna call this source and sync. Okay, so then we do else moved equals try put into bulk push pull push ref ISMO. Okay. So if the max slot stack size is default, and I don't think there's any combination of upgrades you can put in a drawer that gets you to that exact number. Right? Now, somebody could basically force it, right? They could make an item of that exact stack size, or some derivative thereof. But if somebody goes out of their way to get to that number and says, "Oh, this thing broke because my stack size," like if I get some random bug 6 months from now that is like, why won't the thing push it in? And I determine that after 6 hours of investigation that for some reason the exact combination of upgrades gave them exactly 99999, then I'd be like, put another upgrade in it and it'll fix it. Like just put another upgrade in it, for crying out loud. But you shouldn't ever get that exact number. And then max stack size of 1, right, means that we're essentially like dealing with a machine or something. And definitely try to put into on that. So these two are pretty much right. If we actually look at max slot stack size, max slot stack size analyze. So this is what I'm looking at. Max slot stack size set used by, right? So max slot stack size equals 0. I don't want to late initialize. This is smelting, cooking contain. I don't even want to think about that. This is where like edge case shit comes from, right? Item slot mouth. I'm not going to worry about that. Item slot inventory pulverizer. Again, max slot stack size is 1. And then overridden by nobody. And then item slot backpack. These are the 4 slots that you have the different bags in, right? That's what this is. It's not your backpack. It is which slots the backpacks go in. And that's the stack size of 1, because only 1 can go in there. So a lot of getters, get with this. Try flip with, blah, 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 blah. So this actually is looking at the stack size of these slots, believe it or not. But yeah, it's just like get remaining slot space. I don't know if this is actually used for anything vital, because it doesn't ever seem to work. Because get remaining slot space is literally like always going to be enormous, because it's 999, it's a million. So it's like I don't get it. Okay, so coming back in here, I'm going to move this back over. I just wanted to show what I was looking at. Try put into. Yeah, try put into. Okay, so what do we need to do here? I basically want to replicate this function, but I want to replicate it in a way that ignores individual stack sizes, right? Because if the max slot stack size is not one of these, it's most likely it's most likely like my drawer, right? So the last little bit of coffee, I want to get it while it's hot. Because it's going to be like 100 degrees today, so that's why my air conditioner's still on, because I ain't turning that off. It's going to get, it's a warm one out there today. Okay, so we have, try put into sink slant, blah, 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 try put into, okay, so we've already done quite a lot of the validation, I think, up here. Inventory base. Okay, try put into bulk. So, I guess I have to replicate most of this code. So, if not sync dot can take from source priority.auto merge or not can take sync source dot can take or source dot item stack equals no, return 0. If inventory does not equal null and not inventory dot can contain return 0. I like having my simple ifs, like my sanity checks on one line. I just personal preference. Okay. So if sync dot empty, right? If sync dot empty then do I if sync dot empty, yeah, I think that's okay. Item stack source dot item stack op dot requested. Oh, so requested quantity, get remaining slot space, whatever one is minimum. If quant greater than 0, sync dot item stack equals source dot take out quantity. So this is like me actually moving the items rather than calling a base. This is literally like the base game functions, but I'm controlling I'm controlling the numbers, right? I'm controlling the stack. And this is only if sync.empty, which means there's nothing in it. So then we do ISMO dot moved quantity equals ISMO dot movable quantity, which equals math.min sync.stackSize quant. Okay. Now sync dot on item slot modified sync dot item stack source dot on item slot modified sync dot item stack. I don't know why you have to pass in like that. I honest to God, I don't. I have no idea. And then once we get out of that, we return ISMO dot moved quantity. That's only if the sync is empty, right? If sync.empty, just transfer everything that we can and then return that value. So otherwise, if we get into here, that means there was something else. Item stack merge operation, merge equals op or ISMO dot to merge. And now we do sync source. Okay. And we do ISMO equals merge. Stop. Int original quant equals op dot requested quantity. Yep, that's right. Now we do op dot I keep doing op and ISMO. Dot requested quantity equals math.min sync dot get remaining slot space source dot item stack ISMO dot requested quantity. Okay, so this is where the magic is, or not magic. This is where we need to like say, hey, this is the requested, this is the whatever is less remaining slot space, which I know I overrode in my drawer, right? So if we look at our drawer, and we look at get remaining slot space, I think I overrode that. Oh no, it's in the slot. Item slot expandable. Okay, so item slot expandable, we want get remaining slot space, right? So this is actually what's being called. This thing is going to return based on the slot, right? The slot's stack size, not the items. And if it has a void upgrade, it will always return the stack size of the collectible, always, right? So it will always accept a full stack of whatever it is if it has a void upgrade. So that call is always going to be true with a void upgrade, which is kind of important. So this, let's say it has a void upgrade, will always be the stack size of the item, right? Whether it's 64 or 400 or whatever it is. And then the requested quantity, right, is coming in from the move operation, which is built up here. This ISMO, which is actually getting passed in the stack size, right? It's like, what is the max stack size? Well, the stack size is how much can we move at once. and it's saying the requested quantity, right? So in the end, if we have, let's say, I might have to recode that, because removing more than one stack at a time is probably not. I think having at most one stack, but doing it more often. I don't know the collectible about max stack size times 10. See, this is the stack size. If stack size equals -1, that means it's a steel upgrade. It's a max tier upgrade, right? 10 stacks per tick. It's actually, it should be 100 stacks per tick, but the way that the game moves items is janky. So, getting back to what we were doing here. So we get remaining slot space. So requested quantity is actually how many we should move, right? We shouldn't defer, because the next call tries to defer, right, stuff from what we need. So we can do if ISMO.requested quantity is greater than 0. Okay, so we know that we can move from one to the other. So try merge stacks. That's not a. Is there anything in my flip with? Item stack. There's nothing in the item slot base class. I have a bunch of custom functions in the drawer slot, right? I do have a bunch in here, but again, these are I would only be able to see these, right? My own custom virtual functions here, I would only be able to see if I included the assembly in Vintage Engineering, which I don't want to do, right? So it's like I've already coded this to be able to do this. This is why I was like, if I integrated this mod with Vintage Engineering and I made it all just one big mod, I would be able to use all these shortcuts, because I've already coded all of this. This is exactly what I'm doing, right? So this try merge stacks is literally a custom operation that does exactly what I want it to do, but I can't see this because it's not part of the base class item slot, right? I'm not overriding item slot class. I'm creating my own. So I could create a derivative of this and then override it, but that doesn't help me because the Vintage Engineering does not see this function because the assembly is not included, and I don't want to create the dependency. But you can see try put into now try put into try. Is there a try take? No. There's a can take. This is a problem I have with directionality. I cannot call a function on my custom slot to take items and do my calculations on that. I literally invented that here. Try take from and pass in the slot, right? If the Vintage Story devs are out there, please, for God's sakes, add this to the base class of item slot. Try take from. All you would need to do is create a try take from and just flip the script, right, of the directionality in the calculations, because the try put into is saying I am this slot, I'm trying to put into this slot. The try take from is just like, hey, I have this slot, can I take this item? Right? It's the same thing, very much the same thing. It's just the direction and who is calling it. Because I want to take the slot, my custom slot, which I have created this, instead of virtual, I could just set it to override try take from, and it would literally be exactly the same thing, right? And that's all I would have to do. So it's like, all they would need to do is add in the item slot try take from, and it would fix 90% of the shenanigans that I have to do here. So it's just like, it's just frustrating. It is. It's just frustrating. Okay. So now we have requested quantity. So we can come in here. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Get mergeable quantity. That is not what we want. Let's see. So, try merge stacks. Okay. We come in here and we go try merge stacks. Now, what do we do in here? The collectible behaviors, I don't even know. I don't even know what collectible behavior used by. No, I want to see. No, stop. Stop. Extension. So collectible, there's a lot of collectible behavior. Ground storable, man, there's a lot of them. Healing item, squeezable, throwable, quenchable, wearable, pigment, buffable, ooh, there's a lot. Oh, there's so many. Collectible behavior to try merge stacks. Pass through. Like here's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at try merge stacks. This is the function call right here that screws us over. Okay, so I've got it up to here, and I'm like, all right, we have now the number. The requested quantity is, because of this function, right? The requested quantity is how many can we actually move? Because get remaining slot space is actually looking at the slot, and that is returning like how much slot space we have. So the requested quantity at this point is how many we can move. The try merge stacks coming down here is saying mergeable quantity. So I want, this is like what I'm looking at here. Do I need this, right? So I think for now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of mirror what we have. Public void try merge stacks item stack merge operation op. Okay. But yeah, this function here, okay, this thing here has in it the slots, the sink and the source. Okay. So this then let's see. I'm sorry. Holy Moses, this function is huge. I didn't even realize this function is huge. Because there's a whole lot of like temperature averaging and shit like that. Man. See, I did all of this already. This is what I mean. Like, I know I did all this work, right? This is that exact function, but I put it on the slot, right? But it's a virtual. I put it on the slot because this is more relevant. So I basically need to copy this, unfortunately, and then move it over here. Okay. Now we need to remove some of the gubbins that, yeah. Get mergeable quantity. Get mergeable quantity. This is also what I need to copy. Okay. We're gonna chip away at this here. Let's go back here. So we want to then say try merge stacks. Merge operation. Okay. Do I have to do that? I don't know. We'll see. None of these have it in there, but I don't know if it's 100% required. Okay. So we are calling this mergeable quantity, okay? Now we need to fix the errors in here because, again, we don't have the void, right? We don't have this call. Right? So, sink slot max stack size. If empty space equals 0, and op.sync.get remaining slot space op.source.itemStack is greater than 0. Empty space equals op.sync.get remaining op.source.itemStack. This is a way around the void because the get remaining slot space on the slot, right, gets if it has a void upgrade, it will always return the stack size of the item that you pass in, right, or the stack size of the item that it actually contains. So this will always return a positive number if it has a void upgrade. So if empty space is 0, but the get remaining slot space is greater than 0, then we want empty space to be that, because now we have a situation where we can take out the amount moved quantity. Empty space is less than or equal to moved quantity. I'm removing empty space, but I'm trying to take out moved quantity. This feels like a bug to me, doesn't it? Doesn't that feel like a bug? That feels like a bug. Do. Yeah, this feels like a bug. This empty space is less than or equal to moved quantity. If it's less than, we're removing it. Right? Let's say empty space is 5, but moved quantity for some reason is less. Something tells me that I need to basically set moved quantity if empty space is less than. Yeah, I think this is wrong. Because this one, stack size plus equals moved quantity. Because empty space would be greater than moved quantity. So moved quantity is like how much we want to move. So if we have more than empty space available, then we want to actually move, we're limited by moved quantity. If empty space is less than, then we want to actually take out empty space. And then we want to do op.moved quantity equals empty space. Right? Because this this is our limiting factor. And it might be equal. They might be equal, but they might not be. If has void, again, this is in the slot, so it has access to that. But moved quantity, this was a calculation bug. Okay, getting back to what I was doing. So take out moved quantity or empty space here. So empty space, again, this could be 0 if we look at the slot again, get remaining slot space. So max slot stack size, if it's null. If it's empty, then multiply it by number of slots for the item stack, right? Saying, hey, what's the stack size of this times the number of slots? If it has a void, just always return the stack size of the item, right? Otherwise, return the stack size times the number of slots minus how much is in there. And that's the slot space. That makes perfect sense. Now we have this. So we have op.moved quantity equals empty space. Okay, and then all of this try-merge stacks. There's no return value here, so that's fine. So this get mergeable quantity, that is way up here at the top. Get mergeable quantity is the movable quantity. This is where the rubber hits the road. This is why, right? Why I need a custom value here, because in the base game, that is based on the stacks. So my custom mergeable quantity, I want to base it on the slots. Okay. So now, sink slot and source slot. So we come in here and we say sink stack dot item stack dot collectible dot equals, and then we say item stack. So we say source stack dot item stack, and we say sink stack dot item stack. And then we're the dot equals is saying, are these two things the same thing? Right? Very, very simple. Collectible dot equals. Like, is this collectible and this are they the same thing? Okay. And then we look at if not has void. That is relatively irrelevant. So if they're equal, if has void, I can do a quick, instead, do a sink stack dot get remaining slot space for source stack dot item stack. Yeah. Greater than 0. So if sink stack, if the sink stack has slot space available, then we do if sink stack dot stack size is less than sink stack dot max stack size. Yeah.
if syncstack.stackSize is less than syncstack.maxStackSize, I'm just going to take this and do int remain if remain is greater than 0. If stack size is less than max slot stack size or remain is greater than 0. Okay. This is again the subtle has void check. Okay. Math.min max slot stack size minus stack size source stack size. What I should do is remain. Right? I should not include this calculation. I should make this remain. What is the minimum value between this and the stack? Right? Source stack size, which is how much are we trying to move? And how much slot space do we have? And this will always return positive numbers if there's a void upgrade. So if remain is greater than 0, else source stack size. So this might be if remain is greater than 0. I want to remove this. Because this is what dictates how much slot space there is available. How much remains. And this could be a huge number. Right? Remember, this could be a massive number. If there's no void upgrade in it, it'll be, 4 million, blah, blah, blah. It'll be a huge number. Right? And so we want the minimum of how many we're trying to move to how much slot is available. And if there's a void upgrade, this will always be positive. So this will return a positive number, not 0. Okay, so mergeable quantity is good. And I sorry if I'm boring everybody. I talk through all the logic here. It's just kind of a thread of concentration that I have. I don't know if it helps anybody. I don't know if people just get confused. Okay, so here we have, I think, basically what we need. So what I want to do is try merge stacks. So I want to look at if, what is this? This requires an int. So if merge.moved quantity is greater than 0, sync dot on item slot modified sync dot item stack source dot on item sync dot item stack. Okay. And then coming out of here, requested quantity greater than 0. Coming in here, we have op ismo dot requested quantity equals original quant return merge dot moved quantity. Okay. Try merge stacks. So it just this is gonna be gnarly. Oh my god. If this actually works, dear God, it would be phenomenal. It would be absolutely phenomenal. So let's build. Let's make sure I didn't make any errors. There we go. 2 warnings though. Okay, what are my warnings? Yeah, this was originally the nullable context, so okay. Cross your fingers, everybody. And your toes. Although that would be a pretty interesting trick. Because what should happen is it should look at that and essentially see that slot as not being 99999 or 1, and then defer to my custom call. Now, that could have broken all of the things, right? That could have broken all the things. But it should still function. It shouldn't have a problem. Even with the base game stuff, it should be able to move items around, no problem. So target block, chest, contain, target, push. Push is null. Push is null. Okay, so pull is firewood. Push is firewood. Let's go F11. Sync can take from. Passes. Excellent. Inventory. Sync dot inventory is should be, one drawer. Yep. So this is the drawer. Sync.empty is false. To merge operation. So now we look at merge and we say, hey, look at all the stuff, right? Requested quantity is 1, believe it or not, because this extraction node has not been upgraded. So now we do original quantity is 1. Requested quantity should be 1. So there we go. Requested quantity is greater than 0. Try merge stacks. Okay, so let's go in here. And mergeable quantity is 32. Right? We went out and we said, all right, well, let's see what we can see here. And 32 is what we returned for whatever reason. Movable quantity can take from. Do temperature averaging, blah, blah, blah. Moved quantity, we're looking at the minimum value between movable, requested, and so this should be 1. Yep, that's 1. Has temperature, nope. Transition, we don't care. That's null. Source slot does not equal null. Moved quantity, item stack is not equal to null. Do temperature averaging false. Do transition averaging false. All right. Empty space. Sync slot. So there is your slot, 4 million. And then stack size is 64. Okay. So empty space is big, big, big. Empty space does not equal 0. So it should skip that. Empty space is not less than moved quantity. So it bums down here, and it's like, okay, well, there's +1, take out 1. So source slot should take out 1. And by the time I get into the game, this will have been ticking in the behind the scenes, and you can see it's actually working now. Okay, so what I can do is try to upgrade the drawer or the slot. the pipe extraction node with an upgrade because it's taking its sweet time to get through to the sticks. And then the sticks. Yep, the sticks are going in. Okay, so now let's do pipe upgrade. I don't care. Tier 2. Give item vent engineering. BE pipe upgrade tin bronze. Okay, so let's put that in there. So now we have blue. Let's grab a few more of these and put these in here. So now it should actually pull them out pretty fast with that tin bronze upgrade. Yeah, it popped it fast. Pop. Yep. It doesn't the update triggers don't hit very fast, but yeah. The subnets, anybody has played with the subnets net knows how powerful those things are. I use them over here. The subnets are used over here. So each one of these outputs a certain fluid, right? This one outputs, I believe, diesel. And so this one is set to diesel, and this one is set to diesel. And lo and behold, we have diesel in here, right? It's not a filter, but a subnet will only match other subnet. Only if it contains, right? So this one is outputting diesel. This one could be diesel fuel, and it would still work because diesel, right? It's looking for the word diesel. Any of these that have the word diesel in them, and it doesn't matter if diesel is longer, right? So this could be A, and this could be A, and this could be AB, and this one would try to put it in both of these. Right? You see how that works? A, B. Well, this one has an A in it. This one only is A. So A and AB both match the subnet. So people can, have fun and experiment with that all they want. Okay, so now you see this thing is working. Now we need to figure out why the pipes are not connecting to the drawer IO. Okay. So, let's put the drawer controller, because again, I need to use the bathroom again. I can't believe it. Let's put the drawer IO down. And let's do that. Good to go. All right, I need to use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. Okay. So, last problem to try to figure out. Why... Let's move some of this gubbins out. Why doesn't the pipe... Click, click, click. Okay. The pipe does not see the drawer IO as a thing to connect to. Okay, so why would that be? I just want to make sure we don't have any other... See, there's a pipe. I didn't want to get rid of that. Get rid of that. Just, it helps me... Yeah, get rid of this. And this. It just helps me minimize the amount of things that are ticking, like the amount of breakpoints I hit if I remove. This is a fluid, so that shouldn't matter. None of the fluid ones matter. At least I don't think. Yeah, they shouldn't. Okay, so let's go in here and say transport pipes, item pipe new, can connect to. Okay. So, do that. Target position BEC. Drawer IO. Okay. Block entity. Get block entity. Entity equals null. Okay. So, what kind of entity is this? So we'd say type of entity. Okay, entity is... It is not any of these, so it should... Name, drawer, full name. No, that's not, that doesn't help. Okay. Only fluid. Okay. If item slot and BEC inventory. BEC.inventory. Okay. If slot is not... See, this, because I'm for eaching it, there is... Yeah, see, there's not any slots, and only fluid is true, return false. So what I should do here, let me hit F5. Okay. Now what I want to do, get block if world dot block accessor dot get block target position dot code dot path dot contains drawer. Oh man. Block position. I'm just basically adding a catch. If it contains the word drawer, and what I want to do actually is string block code equals world dot block accessor dot get block target dot code dot path dot copy to no, just code dot path. Okay. And I can look at this, copy that, and just do that. If block code dot contains drawer trim, return false. Do not connect to trim. Return true. Right? If it's drawer trim, return false. If it includes drawer at all, come in here. If it's trim, return false. Don't connect to trim. It has no inventory. But drawer, one drawer. I think I called it one drawer. One drawer controller or drawer IO, return true. Okay. So we hot reload that, and then we take that away, and then we put that in there. Boom. Okay. So let's test an extraction node. Let's put that's drawer stack. I really need to differentiate those icons. So bronze, right? And then we can just pop in a couple of these. These are slowly draining out. Now remember, this thing will always pull power. There's not a buffer in there, but these are balancing themselves out, right? So they're all based on percentages. So these are dropping, which is pulling power from this, which is going to pull power from here. These were like 30% full, but yeah, now they're better. You can see it's actually working. Pop, pop. Right? And then you could, let me just spitball this here, right? We can take this chest, we can put a chest on top, and then we can take a push upgrade, and we say, put a push upgrade in there, and it pushes it all into here. Right? And that could be, instead of a chest, the push upgrade is still in it. Oops. Let me take the chest away. Put this stuff back. Instead of a chest, let me take that. Take you. Do that, right? And this should work. Boing. I need to edit the distillation tower. These little guys here are not set to the right rendering, I don't think. Anyway. So yeah, that works. Now pull this, I don't think this slot is a pull slot. So if we bring that out and we put a pull upgrade in there, it's not going to pull it out because it doesn't see this as a pullable slot. It's only a pushable slot. So, now the other thing that I didn't do with the drawers is I didn't make a an upgrade that reduces the stack size. Right? I only have increases in stack size. I think the Minecraft version Flint is the main driver of that. So what I could do, well, let's first rejoice in the fact that the drawers work. They work great. Now, do I have anything to put away? Oh, I had a little bit of dirt. Okay. And if you want, each one of these, this is being rendered. Each one of these is a little custom renderer. And so if you want to optimize that, you can turn off, the icon here is probably the more expensive thing to render. The text is just text. It's really fast. But this is actually trying to tessellate the shape, and it's adding the shape into the thing. Yeah, it's a complex little Duvalaki. And the drawers should not allow you to put in perishables, except when you do that. I don't know why you can do it that way. That should not allow that. So that's another bug. Let me jot that one down. Controller perishable. Check. If I don't jot them down, I'll forget them. So yeah, you can put those in there. That's nice. And yeah, I mean, you could put these, but again, these are this is a bountiful chunk. This is a rich chunk. Those are different items. What you could do is you break them all down into nuggets and then store the nuggets. Right? And the nuggets are the same thing. You just store the nuggets and there you go. You've got them good to go. Okay. So let's save and leave. Nice graceful exit. And we've got this ready to go. So as I wanted to, the whole plan for today was to bridge the functionality of either side. Now, the custom transport handler stuff that we wrote, right? This here should only ever be run when it's trying to essentially insert into slots that are not standard slots. If they're basically vanilla slots, like any chest will have this, barrels, right? They're going to have this numbers, and it's going to defer to the vanilla way of doing it. If it's non-standard, then it will try to do this, which is right now, as far as I know, it's just my drawers that do this, that manage the stack size of the slot. Like even the regular Better Crates mod doesn't do that. So it's like, it is what it is. And it's just a lot. It's literally functionally identical to the vanilla, only I ignore the individual items stack size when I'm looking to insert in. I defer to the slots stack size. So even in the rare case that it does call that function, like, it will still defer to the maximum size of stack in the slot. So on the off chance that another mod adds inventory systems that are non-standard max slot stack size, then it'll use mine and it'll work anyway. Because if they're messing around with item slot max slot stack size, then they are managing it like I am, right, for the drawers mod. So let's look at, first of all, we're going to go back to the drawers, and we need a recipe, for the drawer controller. Copy, paste, rename, drawer IO, and then this is going to be drawer IO, and then the thing here, I think we will have vintage drawers, drawer trim -star. We're going to drop the rusty gears to 2. So it should be 6 gears. 6 gears instead of like 24. Nails and strips are fine. It's got to be somewhat expensive, but it's going to be a little bit cheaper because it's just going to use some trim in the middle instead of a chest because there's no actual inventory in trim. So, or in a drawer IO. So that takes care of that bug. Recipe for an IO block. And then controller perishable check. Okay, so if we look at a drawer BE, try, I think there's a try put bulk slot that try take from. Okay, try put all. Hotbar inventory. I do. And hotbar.empty. No. I fat finger keys all the time. So this we're going to forgive, this we're going to forgive, and that we're going to forgive. It doesn't know that hotbar.empty is a check for the individual right. It doesn't know that I'm doing a null check by doing a dot empty. It just doesn't understand. Here we go again. Inventory does not equal null. So inventory does not equal empty. Oh, I have a ton of these. How did I miss these? These must be new for 22.5. Possible reference, parameter stack. Yeah, the fact that these existed now means they did something to the back end to make those nullable aware. Okay, so try put player inventory. Now, somewhere in here, let's look at, let's drawer controller. Drawer block entity. Try put bulk slot dot try take from. Try put. Is it the slot? Somewhere in here, I have the call that checks to see if there's perishables, but I don't remember where I put it. It must be in the block. It must be in the BE here. So get auto push into slot. These are for mesh rendering. These are the listeners for push and pull. So that's what manages those. Push update tick. Here's all the push update. And here's the pull update tick. There's a bunch of code in here I did yesterday. Toggle drawer lock. Yeah, these are all the toggles is allowed. Okay, is allowed. Yes. So this is the call that I'm missing for my drawer controller. So if we go back to drawer controller, try insert stack. Is allowed is what I need to do. Can't store. So this is a thing that triggers the errors. Right? So I am not calling is allowed in here. Try insert stack. There's two things. Try insert stack and like try put all of player inventory, but that does try insert stack. So we need to just focus on try insert stack. So connect drawers count, connect drawers of I. We do some sanity checks. We grab the drawer does not equal null. If drawer dot is allowed, and we look at stack, right? If is allowed, then we look at try to put it in there. Okay. So can I just copy and paste? Like this and this. Okay. Because this calls this function. So this is allowed is looking at is this item even allowed? It's just a master call is allowed. It looks at all the things, perishable, heat, all of that. And remember, the drawer IO defers to the controller for all of its functionality. So it's looking at all of this. Although I think I need, if I look at I know I had that functionality somewhere else. So drawer BE. But I believe in the drawer, I obviously run the check for the drawer. So like try put bulk slot I try take from try put all is allowed. Yep, there's the is allowed. Okay. Okay, no. I don't have a is allowed here, but we have a bunch of references. Is allowed is there. Is allowed is on that one. This one we already have is allowed. Okay. If so 249, 67, 85. Try put is allowed, is allowed, is allowed. Okay. That should be what we have there. I think that was the last of the obvious bugs. We can go build, rebuild, cross our fingers. 0 warning, 0 errors. Excellent. I'm going to exit out of here. And I need to whoever built the template for this, like I used the template to set up the vintage drawers mod. Whoever built that template, like it was their personal way of setting up these projects, and they didn't even include a way to copy over the assets when you do a release build. It copies it copies the mod info and copies all of that over the DLL, but the assets are still where they were, right? And it's like you either build it so you release, build, zip, send, or you at least document what you have to do, because I have to copy over my assets directory into the mod directory, then zip up the mod. And it's like, why are you automating? Why did you automate with cake build and you didn't include a way you didn't include a way to do that's just weird. Like the way that I did it for Vintage Engineering, let me show you. Okay. So here's Vintage Engineering. And then this is pretty old, right? So Vintage Engineering, I have a code directory and I have a mod directory. Right? My mod directory, I can delete this. My mod directory is my mod with my DLLs and all of that, right? It's this finite thing. My code directory, this is where all my code is. Now, I could tweak this a little bit and include the mod directory inside of this directory, right? Where then I would just be able to copy the DLLs over post build, right? You just copy them over. But then the command line I would just send it a single directory. Here is add this mod directory, right? Look in this directory for the mod. So what I would do is I would set up the template, right? Whatever the name is, Vintage Engineering. Inside of that, you would have basically, I don't know, another. I would want where all my code is. This is all my code. In here, I would have a mod, right? And then the mod, just like this is, would have my assets. And that way I could do my assets inside of a Visual Studio. But here's how Vintage Drawers does it. Okay. You have your code, right? Which is Vintage Drawers, right? And then you have another directory with actually your code in. And then in that, you have bin. In that, you have release. And this is only for release builds. Debug doesn't do that, right? Mods, mod, and mod. Well, I had to copy over my assets. It looked like this because when you run the game or when you debug it, it actually passes in the mod directory as well as the assets directory separately. So it's passing a mod directory and an assets directory. But that's not how you zip mods up, right? So the assets are way back here. And this is the assets that Visual Studio manages, right? I can go in here and tweak these. But in order to get assets into this folder, to zip it all up into one cohesive mod, I have to copy over the assets manually, which is ridiculous because now I've got this set of assets and this set of assets, and they're different, right? If I go into Visual Studio and I edit like a recipe, that's not editing this assets, that's editing this one. Right? So this is like old. I can't have that in there. So I don't know what to pick basically in order to It's weird. Why is that assets directory in a completely different place and it's not copied over, or at least like the system isn't merging all of that stuff into one and just including a mod directory with the assets in it? It wouldn't hurt that much. It's just a personal thing. So whoever set that template up, that's how they built their system. And I don't know if they just manually manage that shit or if they have a bat file somewhere that just does it for them, which they didn't include in the template. Like I don't understand why you would have those separated at all times. But that's neither here nor there. That was just a rant for the sake of ranting, I guess. But yeah, like there's little things. The item slot base class needs a function, a virtual function that's try take from, 100% needed. That would solve so many of my issues with my transport system, right? If I could make it so the slot in there is trying to take from, I could define how it works. Okay, that's the basic. Okay, so now we're gonna try coming over here. Let me grab those. So that we can't put perishables in there, and that we can't put perishables in, right? It's the same thing, but we can do that. So if we grab a bunch of this stuff and we say, how about we put stuff in there? Well, it's going to take, it looks at my hotbar first, right? It cycles through my hotbar first. Now, I haven't really done the functionality where you lock a drawer, right? It's locked, but, well, I guess it does work. The drawer is technically locked. Oh, oops. So I could put those in there, and that's locked. So I guess locking a drawer does work. It's just doesn't show the lock when it's empty. Damn it. So that's another bug. Let me jot that one down. So we fixed the perishable thing. Lock icon when empty. So yeah, if it's locked, it does work. Oh, I did that again. I keep thinking it's trim. How about wood? Nope. Yeah, if it doesn't take it, it'll defer and place. I don't really know how to change that. Well, that's gonna place that. I mean, it's a good way of managing all your vintage engineering gubbins, right? All of your building blocks, just having a central place that you can interact and then, dump them all when you're done. Because I can take like those and I can put one of those in there. And then if I do that, right, it puts it in there. Same with that, right? It's going to put them all in there. So it iterates through your entire inventory, and it will find and it will remove all the things that it can. And again, the lock can lock all of the drawers all at once, right? And these can even go up here. So how about I do this drawer? Oh my goodness. All the hotkeys. I need a screenshot. F12. There we go. How about, can I, I don't want to remove my HUD. Would be nice to remove the mini map though. Okay. So yeah, I think that. Well, let's just double check. I want to double check here to make sure that I did also, when you right click the drawer again, it closes the UI, right? And you can open more than one. Okay. Let's make sure. Let me grab a chest. Do. Oh, I think I put them away. No. There they are. Yep. It works. It's slow because it's, reasons. Do. I don't think I have another pipe upgrade. Yeah, what's should I change the symbol on the drawer upgrades and stuff, because they look exactly the same as the pipes, right? Steel pipe upgrade, right? Steel pipe upgrade. Whereas the drawer stack, it's the same. It's literally the same thing. Okay, this is kind of annoying. It's gonna sit all day long. Okay. So we can grab like all of this and just put it all away. There we go. Okay. Now let's save and leave. So now that I've got visual or vintage engineering working with the drawers and stuff, now I didn't test pushing into the drawer, but that should have no problems. Pushing into the drawer because of this, right? It's the same process. The push max slot stack size to a drawer would be non-standard. Okay, so let's save all, close the solution, open the drawers back up. And I want to go to mods, and I need to remove that. Okay. Now, locked icon. That would be, I believe, drawer BE. Because a locked okay, on a lot of this rendering stuff, I have a very tentative grasp on it. So, draw lock icon, loaded texture. Okay. Hmm. This should be fine. Hmm. Draw like lock icon. Something is if it's locked, but there's nothing in it, like the draw lock icon is false, which is why it's not rendering it. So I need to know this draw lock icon, where this is being set. And what might be overriding it. So if we go to drawer BE, draw lock icon. Draw. There it is. If inventory empty and lock to stack equals null, draw lock icon equals false. So yes, when the drawer is empty, regardless of whether it's locked or not, draw lock icon needs to be locked. It like it's locked whether or not it's empty. So the draw lock icon needs to show whether or not it's empty. Because yes, it can be locked but empty. So I want to be able to show that. So let's do build, rebuild. Excellent. So hitting F5 on this one, right, is where all that stuff combines, and then I have to pick the drawer test world. It doesn't have any vintage engineering stuff on it at all, right? Because those are those are two different mods I'm developing. So I just want to make sure I'm not going to crash the game by emptying it out. Okay, so we're going to unlock and then lock. So you can see now the lock icon is showing. Whoa. Dude. Now I could move that up a little bit. La 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 la. Let's see. That would be drawer label renderer. Translate. I want to. Can I? Does this do it? It does. It's now sitting above. Yay. Okay, so now if I put a drawer this way and lock it. Why is this? Why is this not doing the thing in the stuff? Okay, so let's look at drawer BE. Toggle. Lock. If locked, if is override. If locked, locked equals false, locked equals null. Else, locked equals true. This should be triggering this. If locked, false, locked equals true. And then do that, mark dirty, true. Right, and then it's going to do it again. Because it just keeps, it'll just keep triggering that mouse command every time. So if I do this, locked, move, now it works, but why do I need to put something in it first? Oh, that did not. Why does that gear look so bad? Huh. Okay, so something bizarre happens. Locked equals true. The renderer should now pick that up. Draw lock icon. I want to analyze what sets that value. Oh, I hate rendering stuff. It's just so painful. Let's look at my drawer block entity again. Locked equals true. On tessellation, this is the shape. Toggle lock. Lock to stack. Could it be in from tree attributes? Update mesh and label renderer. No. I want to go. God damn it. Go to definition. Thank you. So update mesh and label renderer. We are not. This should pick this up. Okay, so let's take a better look at this. Okay, so label renderer. Set new text and rotation. Draw lock icon equals locked. Inventory.empty and lock to stack equals null, which would be true. And this is showing the lock. Okay, but that's only if it's empty. If it's not empty, value enabled. Draw lock icon equals locked. Draw lock icon equals locked. Okay. So what when we add stuff, try put as void upgrade. Bulk slot dot try take from. If moved is greater than 0. So I think in here, right, this try take from, this is a slot that's actually trying to shuffle things around. But if moved is greater than 0, right, if locked and locked to stack equals null, right, we're locked, but the stack is null, then we need to set the stack. Right? We need to set that because it's not taking it. If we look at toggle lock again, lock to stack, right? If it's not empty, then this is set. But if it is empty, right, we are locking it. If locked, right, then it's going to unlock. If it's not locked and we lock it, but inventory is empty, it never does this, right? So we actually have to then set here. we have to set this because we're not setting it anywhere else. If moved is greater than 0, try take from, right? It won't do anything if we don't move anything, but this will lock it to stack. So can we hot reload this without, okay, too many issues? Okay, so let's lock it. Now it's not working. Why is this not working? Toggle drawer lock. If locked. So it is locked now. Okay, and now locked is still true. No, we're on the server. The locked is true. Now we're on the client again. Locked is false. So it'll set it to true. Inventory dot empty is true. Okay. But update mesh and label. Damn it. Update mesh and label renderer. If API.side equals client. Hot reload. Why is this not working? Locked equals true. Locked to stack. So update mesh and label renderer. Locked. Label renderer is null. So what initializes label renderer? Find all references. Okay, this is update mesh and label renderer. Okay, I'm beginning to see what's going on here. It's never initializing the renderer. Okay, so if label renderer else if label renderer 1 equals null and locked. No, don't do that. Label renderer 1 dot or equals new drawer label renderer this dot position copy. Okay. Label render one dot set new text. Value enabled question mark text colon. Oh man. Actually, label render one dot draw lock icon equals locked. This dot neighbor block changed. Oh, there's the lock icon. Okay. What happened to my... What happened to my UI? What did I hit? I hit a random key. What the fuck key did I hit? Can I just like hit keys? God damn it. Yeah, I don't want Copilot. Thank you very much. What the fuck key did I hit? There we go. Jesus Christ. It should not be that hard. Okay, so that is doing the thing. So if I lock it and then set it and then remove it, it stays locked. And I shouldn't be able... Okay. So that fixed that problem. Okay. And then removing that, locking it again. It shouldn't allow anything in, but it should allow direct to something. Okay. And now you can see the icon whether or not it's on. Okay. So that worked. Oh, there's granite. Yeah, there's granite in there. Okay. That's why it's not working. There was... you know, there was the thing in the stuff. Okay, so if I lock this, drop this in there, it's going to sit there. And if I unlock it, a stick pops in. Good to go. So lock it again. Stick goes in. It's waiting to enter. Put this in there. Boom. Stick goes in. Okay. Whoa. Sorry. So that works. Again, the default behavior of this trying to push into here doesn't work because this is over a stack, right? There's literally a huge amount here. And if you click the icon, it'll give you 100 at a time. And if you shift click, it does the same thing, although it's bad and wrong and shouldn't. It shouldn't do that. Yeah, it shouldn't do that. I don't know how to override the shift click. If I go to item slot, activate slot, F9, and I go in here and I shift click this. So source slot is obviously mouse cursor, right? It's what I've activated. Item stack move operation is mouse button is left, control down, false, alt down, false, shift down is false. That's wrong. Shift down is true. Uh, I held shift down. But I don't know why did it do the thing in the thing? Oh my god. No, I didn't. What is going on right now? No, what? Whatever. I don't think this is actually there. Yeah, see that disappeared. So there was a sync issue. See, I'm holding shift, okay, and I'm clicking this. But this is telling me shift down is not, shift down should be true. I'm literally holding shift when I click that. Shift key true. Activate slot. Wheel direct. I don't know what that means. Try put into this. See how convoluted this is? It's just like all I want to do is figure out why it's doing what it's doing. Basically, I want to prevent people from shift clicking the slot because it's like I don't want people to do that. But for some reason, it's like it's the operation here is saying, "Hey, the shift down is false," but I know that it's true. I looked at the player, the acting player controls blah 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 blah. Shift down was true. So where in the code, right? Where in the code does it detect that to like iterate through? I don't know. Why could it be the item slot universal? No. Okay. I don't know. When you hit shift click on a slot, I don't know what the call tree is. If I look at it here, activate slot comes from inventory base dot activate slot. Okay. Block entity openable container dot on client unreceived client packet. So it's the server. Server gets that. Inventory base dot activate slot. Okay, so if we go to inventory base, oh, my caps lock is on base. Dot activate slot. Okay. Op.shift down. So this oh man. Yeah, op.shift down. Because it's activating the slot after the inventory. And I don't have a custom inventory for my drawers. Right? This does not have a custom inventory. It has just a regular old generic inventory. Somewhere in here is my inventory. There's a lot. This drawer is pretty complex. Admittedly, it's pretty complex. But, and most of that is because of the damn rendering stuff. But, I don't think I can override like inventory.activate slot. All right, I can call it. I can call it, but I can't override it. Not without declaring my own inventory. And if I did that, then a huge amount of code. Right? I would have to really figure that out. So you can see initialize inventory, which comes down somewhere in here. Yeah, inventory equals inventory generic, where it gives you that item slot expandable. I should have named that item slot bulk, but it is what it is. But instead of being inventory generic, I could roll my own drawer inventory and override what I need to override to fix that. But for now, just don't shift click. Do me a solid and don't shift click the damn inventory. Yeah. Let's exit gracefully here. There we go. It's weird that I did this. Oh, yeah. You have to have an empty hand. So yeah, what I would have to do was basically just create an inventory drawer. Let's see what inventory generic, and then what are any derived classes from here? Inventory displayed. Inventory displayed. So that's pretty basic. I mean, yeah, it has a custom constructor that passes in the block entity. The other thing is, like, I've got so much stuff, and the mod is basically done. And it works. Right? But it's not error proof. If you want to break it, it's breakable. It's not, fully idiot proof, I should say. Like, somebody who goes in there and shifts click that slot, it's going to blaw out a bunch of crap, and they're going to be like, "Oh, I shift clicked the slot," and it's like, how about you not shift click? Just don't shift click the slot. Like, do me a solid, and don't shift click the slot. So yeah, for now, I don't know. Man, fine. We have a few minutes. Let's do drawer inventory. And what am I missing? No constructor. Okay. La 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 la. Inventory. Let me move this again over. Inventory generic. What do you need? API. Init. Public int quantity slots. God damn. Base. Oh, that already put the base in there. Okay. That's going to initialize everything. And then I want to override activate slot. Object packet equals inventory network util dot get activate slot packet slot ID op. If op dot shift down, else this of slot ID dot activate slot source ref op. Now the shift down op.acting player.inventory manager.try transfer away. That's a new one I've not seen. There's no, well, tries to move away items from the source slot into any other slots. Return packet. So, like, try transfer away. That's a different, that's a inventory manager of a player. Basically what we would need to do is iterate through activate slot. Yeah, that just throws the base. Activate slot. So we either ignore it, right? We either ignore it like this. modifiers. So op.shift down is a what? Item stack move operation. Shift down is this stop modifiers. Okay, so I need op dot modifiers dot. Oh my god. Enum modifier key. And equals five. Rough. Equals enum modifier key dot alt. Well, because, yeah, shift down is looking at modifiers and shift. It's greater than that. We already know shift down is true. I don't do a lot of bitwise operations, so my brain is sort of like, I know there's an easy way to do this. Basically, I want to turn off the shift modifier. So I believe I need to do if I OR it, oh, I can't remember how to do this. The modifier keys is just, all it is 1, 2, or 4. Okay? Shift is 2. So what it is that bit is set, the 2-bit is set, and all I want to do, I want to AND it? I think I want to AND it. Modifiers. Oh, man. That's why I tried to AND it by 5, because that would be the 1 in the 4-bit. So if I do op.modifiers equals op.modifiers and 5. Why is that not? Let's do enum modifier key. Right? So I'm ANDing it, modifiers and 5. So if Alt or Control are set, I'm ANDing it by that, it should pass that over. But I'm ignoring the shift. I'm setting that modifier. Right? So then if I go to the drawer, I really hope this doesn't foobar the whole enchilada. That would really suck. Initialize inventory equals inventory drawer inventory. Class name null instance ID. Excuse me? What? Where the hell did you get instance ID? Inventory generic. Instance ID. Quantity slots, slot name, inventory. Okay, so new slot delegate. This would be null. Okay. So if we do inventory generic init, why don't I, coming up from initialize inventory, late initialize, position, that's good. But class name instance API. What is the instance ID? Class name instance ID. Late initialize. Instance ID. Yeah. Split. So the instance ID is the position, basically. So if we go in here, we would need class name, instance ID, and API to all be that. And there it is. We need to initialize the inventory, then come up here and we finalize. We late initialize with the other values. Okay. Which does set the API, the class name, and the instance ID come from here. Inventory network util gets set. API after blocks load. Okay, so theoretically, this should fix the problem, or at least fix the thing. Because I grab that shift and I override it, turning it off. You know, I might do this. Let's just all of this to fix one single interaction scenario. Shift clicking the slot. That's all this is doing. Is trying to fix the fact that the slot holds so much that shift clicking it, the behavior needs to be different, right? So if we open this and now I'm going to shift click this, okay? So we are shift down op modifiers of shift. So if we do F10 on this, modifiers is 0, right? I'm going to take that away, and then we're going to activate slot, which should give me 400, right? Nothing else. Doing it again, 400. Turning it again, 400, right? So that basically overrides that. It's saying you can only get 400 at a time. Right? You shift click this, you're going to get 400. If you just click it, you're going to get 400 as well. It's the same thing. So what I don't want to do, right, is have somebody that has 20 million stone in a 20 million stone in a drawer, shift clicking it and having it dump into their entire inventory all of that stuff, right? That would be bad, I think. So reducing that problem is important to me. Because if you open this and shift click it, it would be a bad day, because you would literally fill your entire inventory with that item. So I guess that fixes that. Let's just make sure that we didn't break. Okay, that worked. We still can't get around the damn thing there. Because again, that's a base call. Now that we have a custom inventory for the drawer, which I was really trying to avoid, but I made it super, super duper simple and easy and minimal. It just exists to override one thing. Now, inventory generic, I can override anything virtual in here. So what do we do here? See, we have these. So I could migrate these to the actual inventory. I don't need to have them in the drawer anymore. I could move these, but they don't really hurt anything right now unless I break them. So we have 2 tree attributes. This should be 2 tree attributes. The base here is calling the slots 2 tree attributes. So that's I need to overhaul my vintage engineering mod. It's in a bad way. Because when I started the mod, And as I was programming the mod, I didn't realize that the base class, right? The base class of block entity container, which is the base class for my electric block and stuff, that had the definition for the slots, right? Whereas all of my machines have a custom array of slots that then I save manually when all of that stuff is built into the thing. And so when I started the mod many years ago, I didn't know what I know now about the API. I was just like, I was declaring my own array of slots. I was customizing the saving of the slots and the loading of the slots, whereas the game actually has that stuff built in. You just have to know to use it. Well, none of that stuff was documented when I started, and it's still not documented. So I didn't know that I could actually use the slots that were built in to the container. But yeah, this now we have a custom inventory. Inventory. Yeah. So I'm gonna leave this be for now. We're gonna do a release build. I want to bump the version. And we're gonna rebuild. And I'll put a new version out into the members only and patron channel. And we'll see if people, do stuff and things with it. But yeah, that is going to do for today, I think. Now there is more work to be done in vintage engineering. Of course, there's a couple bugs that people have reported that I need to either validate, track down, and try to fix, or validate it's another mod that's causing it, or whatever, right? So the better, if you want to post a bug, if you find a bug, the most fastest way of getting that bug fixed is getting me a really clear-cut way of reproducing the bug with as minimal setup as possible. That way I can just build a replica in my test world and try to get it to break with that. And if I can, in a small finite test, I can usually track it down. It's usually some weird bizarre edge case that I didn't anticipate that's causing it, or what's most likely is it's a chunk loading issue and it's just a headache, because it's like, yeah, chunk loading issues are a royal pain in my backside. So that's the base of most bugs is that. So anyway, I want to thank everybody for coming by today. I hope everybody learned a little bit of something. Not a lot of chat interaction today, but it is what it is. I would love to help other modders. One of the reasons I do these streams is to try to help other modders. And if other modders are in here and they don't ever ask me a question, I'm never to answer it, and it's hard to teach people, some of the things about modding that if they never ask. So I just kind of have to hope that they get a little bit of something out of this. And I hope that I've helped the Vintage Story community. I mean, it was going for 7 years before I came in and started doing modding tutorials and custom mods. And now, like, when I started, there might have been 60 mods total actively being worked on or updated. And now there's over 6,000 mods. So in the last 3 years, 4 years, I mean, yeah, naturally the modding community grew, but I wanna say I might have had a little something to do with that. I hope I do anyway. It gives me warm fuzzies thinking about that. So I hope people are learning, even if they're learning from my mistakes and they're seeing my bad code and they're like, I could do that better. That's great. So anyway, I hope everybody has a great rest of their week. Stay cool in this great heat wave that we have in the U.S. and other parts of the world. And hope to see everybody back here on Saturday for some more relaxing, chill, ranting, and farming. So see you then, everybody.